am Groot.
Oh, there it is. All right. Does this work? Hello.
Does it work? I don't know. Does it?
Does this work? Hello. Ah, cool.
Does it work? I am Groot. I am Groot.
Root leaked?
Huh? What? You play Cyclops?
Yeah, I'm a Tron.
Phoenix Cyclops.
Cyclops.
Yeah, but it's not normal Cyclops though.
I mean, it depends on how he plays too. You know, I don't know how he plays, so
I wonder if it's gonna be laggy.
I hope not, man.
You
I really fucking hope not.
Are you still East Coast?
Yeah.
Oh. If it's specific stage, yeah, we could just set the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not laggy for me. I think it's just specific. Which one do I play first? Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, TNS was sick. I don't know if you watched it, but it was sick.
I did not. Oh shit.
Yeah, Cloud won.
Who does he play?
He plays. Oh fuck. Who's he playing against? Oh, he plays Blade and Star-Lord.
Oh, I'm overheating, bruh.
Oh, I should have fucking. I forgot you have that.
Oh,
I could have ran up and fucking comboed him for free.
I feel like it's rare for him to overheat.
I haven't seen it because there's not a lot of Ghost Rider players. There's barely any. Play P3 and 4. Oh shit, that's not good. But I keep thinking it's Strive and you like get Oki for stage transitioning. Oh shit, that's not good.
You get a hard knockdown, but you're just never in range.
True.
Yeah, the game reads my Punk Workshop stick. You have to go into the settings and set it to a DualSense. By default, it's set to a PS4 controller. That's why. And you just go into Steam settings and just change the button layout to a DualSense, it'll be fine.
Oh fuck, wrong button. Oh fuck, wrong button. I should press medium. Why is that? It's the longest. Oh shit, I jumped. Take my jump recovery. Game is just Tokon. I should have my jump recovery.
Oh no.
Oh, wrong button. What the fuck? Oh. Did I even need to do that? I don't know. I have no clue. Don't want to risk it. Oh, nice air throw.
I like the stage music though. It's a shame that it's ass.
Is this yours? This is your theme.
Oh, is it? Oh, damn, my theme's kind of fire.
This is Ghost Riders. Oh, now it's fire. What?
Nah, I said the stage theme was good.
Oh.
I thought it was the stage theme.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, what? I got DP. Oh. Shine?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Oh, what the?
Oh. Oh, shit. Man's like beans with the 10 gifted?
What happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
It said you DZ'd.
Oh, did it? I don't know. I'm still here.
That
I'm
happened
right
in
here.
TNS? Okay, back out of it. That was weird.
Well, I was thanking my man Beans for the 10 gifted. I just didn't ready up again, but I was there the whole time.
It happened in
Yeah,
TNS? Okay. I guess it's just PC being... This game is just fucked on PC.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling you,
like...
like...
What are you playing on right now?
I'm on PC.
Oh, okay.
It's just, like... This game is just fried on PC. That's why, like, I feel like all the console players are high ranked because, like, they get matches. It takes ages for us to get a match.
Yeah, it takes a while to
like,
get it.
They full on just turned off crossplay. Every console player I know
honestly
turns off crossplay.
Honestly, valid.
This shit is just, like, fried on console. Oh, why'd I do that? Ooh, that reached. Oh.
Yeah, he got the BBC normals, bro.
The BBC normals is crazy.
Oh shit.
Why'd I do that?
You may call for me.
That works. That was cheese.
Doom stands beside us.
Oh man, that range. Why'd you pick Ghost Rider? I suppose you play Mag.
I did.
Oh yeah, you do, I guess.
Yeah, I just got caught up with the Ghost Rider. He's just pretty cool. Yeah, he just ended up pretty cool. Cooler than I expected, honestly. I don't normally play characters like this.
Really?
He's like a Axel or a Dowson.
Oh wow.
Oops, that was an accident.
Well. Fuck. Overhead. Holy shit. Ooh. Oh no, that low. That combo? Damn. I think I was gonna combo. That's pretty sick.
Leave this to me. Here's my aim.
Oh, what?
Is this still my theme?
This is Blades.
Oh. Yeah, sound kind of weak.
Son. What? Blade got one of the best themes in the game.
Nah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Blade theme being ass is crazy. Holy fuck, that range. Oh my. Oh, this isn't good. That slow-mo is so hilarious. Oh, nice anti-air. Uh-oh. Oh, why is your square orange but mine's white? My square's always been white and I don't know how to fix it.
What do you mean? What are you talking about squares?
Next to our names. You don't see the square colors?
Mine is white.
Oh, what the fuck?
Green.
What the fuck? Yours is orange on my screen. I tried it.
Oh.
Oh! Fuck. I tried to anti-air. Like, this anti is really vertical, but it's not really that horizontal. Oh, shit. That's not good. Fuck. I did crouch in.
You may call for
Oh no, that's not good. Smile. Yeah, bro, I've been playing so much Ghost Rider, I forgot how to play Magneto.
Dead ass?
Yeah, I don't remember how to play him. Oh, what the fuck?
Samurai. Oops. Oh.
What the fuck?
Ready to kill.
What? Where's my button at? What the fuck?
Waste of time. I'm on it.
Here we go. Here's my aim. Leave this to me.
Oh.
Here's my aim.
Uh-oh. God, the slow walk. Ooh.
Oh no, am I cooked?
Fuck. No!
You try to do it to me. That's crazy. It really be your own.
Fuck off me.
It really be
Switch
your
of
own.
doom.
That's crazy work.
What you mean? You ain't ever see like Cammy spinning knuckle in the corner and like, you know? Oh, no way. Oh my God. I keep thinking you're not gonna reach me, but you do. Can't grab me. Fuck. Oh my fuck, this mix is so annoying. Like, I think it's 3 options. He do nothing, low, or high. Oh, that's not good.
What's the issue?
Oh, fuck, okay. We're playing, yeah.
Too late to.
Final round. Leave this to me. You need my help. Here we go. There. How's the here?
Oh my God, wrong button.
Here's my aim. Excuse me.
Got it. Is it lagging for you?
No.
I see.
I'm with you.
Is it lagging for you?
Yeah.
That's odd.
Okay then.
Waste of time. Waste of time.
I've got this.
What? How the fuck did he whiff? Son. Iron Man, what are you doing? We have a match to win. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm here. Be grateful to do.
I'm dead as fuck.
Oh God, get him out of here before that beam hits me.
Was that mine? Do I have the
That
wrong?
was mine.
Yeah, that was yours.
Oh,
yeah,
I mean
that was your
yours.
beam. I don't have
Oh,
Doom.
Okay, I'm tripping.
Brace yourself.
I traded Doom for the Goblin.
Oh, what the fuck? The mask was calling me?
Yeah, the Master's calling me.
Just like them. Never mind. Huh?
Bro. Oh my god, dude. Why Why am I getting so much lag?
I don't know. I'm not lagging. I mean, you said you're still East Coast. Like, I don't fucking know.
Nah, I think there's like a performance issue here somewhere.
You want to try hosting it?
Had enough?
I don't know. Alright, hold on, we'll see. Maybe just try making a lobby or something.
Oh, you
That sucks.
mashaholic. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fun. I didn't press jab? Should I streaming? Yeah.
Oh, my. That is fucking tragic.
Whew. No, why they fucking jab? God damn it. No share chat? I'll invite him after this.
Oh, what? Bro. Oh, there's two of them in there. What the fuck?
No, wait, why is my super not coming up?
Bro, I was wondering why I'm taking so much damage for like a ABC head ass combo.
Maybe see that ass combo is crazy. Oh! Precision. Oh, really, bro?
What do you mean?
Bro.
Dash right at me. Ooh.
Fuck. He knows now, chat. I'm cooked.
Oh my goodness.
Fuado. Really? You're so, really, bro? Come on. You could
see the
just let me
defense
hold that
diligence?
shit, bro. You could just hold that shit for the one time.
Oh, what? What the fuck? I'm so confused. This is another game where I get destroyed by air tech button.
That's why you train.
Oh shit, the fucking missiles.
You're. I'm out of there. Whoa, whoa, what the?
What the? Bro, I don't even know how. I don't know how that was gonna hit at all.
I don't fucking know what it me.
It was Green Goblin.
Oh, let me let you on the stream the other thing. Go check stop yelling at me for the share chat. There, I invited you. How hard are combos in this game? It's not that hard.
Can't see it.
I want me to give you the link. I'll just give you the link.
It's alright. I can just open it and.
I'm moving all week. You missed out. Yikes.
There you go.
Missing out on peak. This game's pretty fun. Other than like the issues it has, but I mean they're fixing it. This dude Say Jam, bro. Look what it, bro. Look what he just tweeted. He's at a wedding, and this dude is playing Tokon in a suit. PC is rough. PC is indeed rough. Why'd I do that? Did that in the wrong order. Ah, why do I keep doing that wrong? I should have done medium, but I did light. You weren't stunned for it. Ooh.
Well, what the? I can't even see. Bro is just hitting me from off screen.
Okay, I just sold. I didn't mean to press that. I literally had you.
Yourself.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh, what? Oh, no, that's not good. Oh, what is this damage? Damn.
You don't mess with me.
Oh, no! Why? Why me?
I don't remember.
I'm imagining his ass. I just started letting her today.
Oh, what? Where is my other assist at? There has to be neutral assist, right? I think it does.
Are you ready?
Fuck. Oh my god, that is that his 5M or what is that? I mean 2M? This shit is crazy.
I don't remember what I hit you with, Smile.
The low long chain thing.
Oh, 2M?
Woo! That was fucking round start.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me sandwich, bro. Let me eat. Whoa, have you used air assist a lot?
I use it sometimes when I remember. Let's.
Oh my goodness.
Whoops.
God damn it. Oh, come on, man. No, I should have had that. No, bro. Yo, drop this. Drop this and mine's not getting nerfed.
Oh, come on, man.
Are you actually excited for that patch? Or at least Yasmin?
Yeah, I'm excited to play Yasmin at the bare minimum.
Wait, what? I did that incorrectly.
Here's my aim.
Are you serious?
Oh, what? I didn't have it.
Oh, I had no blue green shit.
Leave it to me.
Get ready. A wise decision.
Taste of hell.
You need my help.
Oh fuck. This Magneto is very frustrating. This motherfucker just throws a big ass whatever the hell at me.
Dark force. Let go.
What the fuck was that?
It's a portal.
Receive my assistance.
Oh, whoops.
I don't want that. Oh my god.
Dark portal.
A wise decision.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta use your portals on this character. They're too good to not use. Oh man. Oh my. Ow, ow, yo, this mag. Yo.
Bro. God, air tech forward button.
Be grateful to do.
Oh, nice. Oh. Oh,
He's not
winnable.
dead. Well, I did not die. What the fuck?
I'll take it though. Fuck.
Oh, that wasn't the last round?
No. That's crazy.
Leave it to me.
Oh fuck, why'd I do that? Why is that anti-airing me? I was expecting a wall break and I realized, oh, whoops, we're not. That's why it was just so awkward after the end of that combo. That's Shania. Yes, he plays other games other than Street Fighter, yes. Hey, I was 2X when you were playing it. Was that fun?
Yeah. I had a lot of fun playing it.
A wise decision.
God, he's playing this. This is so enjoyable to watch. What you guys don't like watching Street Fighter? Wait till Tifa's
Smile.
out. I'm gonna be streaming a shitload of when Tifa drops. Oh, the lag go away.
Oh yeah, it did actually.
Oh, how that works.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck, nice answer. There's actually not a lot of Ghost Riders online, funny enough. Every match is just magic 24/7 for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen. Well, I guess I haven't really seen all that much.
Oh, you guys talking about me playing Rivals every day? I mean, it's my main game, what do you expect? I should have twitched.
A wise decision.
Fuck, I keep getting mixed by this freaking move.
Pretty cool move.
When the Rivals are... Bro, Rivals is fun. Y'all not fucking with the Rivals? Y'all not fucking with the Rivals every day? Do they talk about Baby Mode compared to other fighting games? No. This game has some depth to it. I would say it's pretty easy to pick up if you play other tag fighters, but like... This game has some depth to it.
Oh my, I hate that shit so much. The amount of time I just get straight up smoked for trying to anti-air.
What? Which move?
Anything, just like trying to just 2H anything.
Oh fuck, you went low. Oh, I caught assist. Where'd it go? Oh, what? I was going to a match with roll forward netcode. Roll forward is crazy. Version do you recommend? Wait, what the fuck happened?
I think you said to like verse 3.
Oh, I think I did. I was going to a match with roll forward. Oh yeah, I read that. What version do you think recommends? I don't know. Just get the normal version. If you think you're gonna play the DLC characters, get the DLC one. I'm getting the normal, but like,
oh shit!
Maybe it is some maps.
Damn. Pre-order today.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, PC is fucked. There's a leaderboard for this game. I know there's a leaderboard.
Sure there is.
Oh, I should have wall break.
Yo, oh shit, god.
Nice. Oh fuck. Yeah, this is Iron Man's team. Spider-Man now? Ew. Yo, can I get Miles? Why do we gotta get Penny? We should have Miles. Oh fuck. Like, brother, like, I don't know, man. Just give me freaking Miles already, bro. I'm in a fighting game. Oh, that assist is fucking cancer. Give me Black Noir. I'll take Miguel O'Hara. Miguel O'Hara would be cool.
What happened?
What happened?
Oh. I guess you just weren't ready for how fast. You were just standing there. You just got hit by 5H.
Oh, did we
desync? You weren't playing for a second. Huh? Did we? Are you winning right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I won on my screen though.
Oh, we desynced. Okay, hold on. Just play your match out. Yeah, apparently after every like second match, sometimes it just desyncs.
Bro, so I'm not playing you right now.
No, I'm comboing you in the corner right now.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. It's adding up on my screen.
Yeah, you're like standing here.
I'm confused as to what's happening.
Did you just lose?
No, I didn't. I was getting comboed.
It was a nice try.
I'm so confused.
So you lost the round?
Nearly nice enough.
No, I didn't lose a round. It just ended the match.
Okay, yeah, we desynced. Okay, just making sure. Return to room.
This.
At least the game worked. Sometimes.
I got some choice words for these assholes, bro.
Was Strive beta like this?
It was worse actually. You couldn't even get into the server or into a match.
Woo.
When you were in a game though, it worked great.
Yeah,
like,
I ain't played fighting.
Once it said round start fight. Yeah, once it said round start, like you were great. It was great. But getting to that point was a challenge.
I see. I would say I started around. Wait, does this take my? Oh, it does. I would say I started once. Oh, you asshole, Blade!
Bro, oh my God, 7 frame rollback again, bro.
The 7?
What is going on? Yeah.
Mine's at 1 to 2.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, shit's
Now it's at
fried.
1 to 2.
Here's my aim.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Doom stands beside
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Insane work.
Insane work. Welcome to SoCon. Let's get it. Nah, I think Scott's gonna be sick. There's no way it's Phoenix Cyclops. That dude's gonna be fucking crazy.
Be grateful to do.
Oops.
Here's my aim.
Man, trying to navigate this beta has been an experience on my mental health. It's like a fucking coin toss, whether like it's gonna roll back up to 4 to 8 frames at any given moment.
A wise decision.
It's not a bit sick. This fucking whack ass theme. Oh god. Best song in the game? Yo, please, bro. Like, oh fuck.
Bro, I'm surprised I got that.
Yeah.
On the fucking stage transition, it jumped to 8 frames.
Oh, did it?
You need my help. Very well.
No, it's not plus, right? I'm unsafe.
Oh, it
That's
is.
unsafe.
Oh.
Yeah, it's unsafe. People just don't know. It's unsafe. You can jab it, I think. It's like minus like 7 or something. I don't remember.
Here's my aim.
Yeah, a lot of blades of knowledge I can do with that. That shit is unsafe. Oh fuck. Oh my god, from that far? Yeah, that's a Ghost Rider you need.
Oh no. Fuck.
I put the portal in the sky instead of on the fucking floor. Oh fuck, I did the wrong one.
Lighten up.
You need my help.
That's. Oh wow, you got hit by that. I didn't expect that. Really? You couldn't just let me hold that? You just jab me out the damn mix. Holy fuck. Ow! Stop hitting me! Oh my god, I hate that move so much.
Oh fuck.
Oh, that can kill, damn.
I didn't even know I can kill.
I didn't know either. Oh, these Ghost Rider, but he says that cringe line is super. Just change it to Japanese or something, or change it to a different language. You don't have to play English with the characters. There's character specific voice lines you can set. Like you can set certain people to Japanese or whatever.
Here's my aim.
Oh my god. Oh, what? I didn't think that would hit me.
Yeah, little flame carpet.
We got nerfed. It used to have some thingy. I don't know what it was. It was like a guaranteed like.
I'm here. You're welcome.
Why'd I do that? Fuck. This side switch for no reason. I just sold. Oh.
Oh. That sucks.
I'm here.
Oh god. Make a different language. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, wow, you can air tech off the wall. Alright. Oh my god.
Be grateful to do. I'm here.
Oh, what?
Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god, that shit is so ass.
That shit is heat.
Oh.
Yo, what?
Here's my aim.
That's not good. That is not good, chat. Okay, that line is pretty corny.
What'd he say?
When you mess with the Ghost Rider, you end up as a ghost.
Oh, yeah, that one's bad.
No! Fuck! No, we're not doing this. Okay, no more, we're doing this.
Guess it's my turn now.
Oh, come on. Ooh.
What? Bro.
I've got this.
What the?
You need my help.
Yo.
Okay then.
Can I just get a normal 2H, bro?
Missile launch. I got you.
Oh my god.
Target locked. Leave this to me. Heat seeker.
Oh! Ah, please, bro. Not like this, man. Why do I keep dropping this fuck ass Doom combo? Oh, that's not good.
I dropped it. Did it too late. Tragic.
You put these voice lines? Oh,
not dead.
that's not good.
Damn, that was mad late.
Alright.
Time to gamble whether it's gonna lag this time or not.
Gamble is crazy.
You need my help.
Bro.
I would grace you with my presence. Here's my aim.
Oh my goodness.
Iron Man online. A wise decision.
Oh God.
I'm on it.
Why'd I do that?
Go whenever.
Slowly sliding off the wall like an idiot.
A wise decision.
I could have pressed. Fuck.
Leave it to me.
Oh, come on, Doom. Doom, please, man. Son. Not like this, Doom. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh. Doom, not like this, bro. You got the stubby nose?
You're past fight again. You're
Grateful to do. A wise decision.
I'm on it.
Oh, nice. Oh, no, not nice.
What?
What the fuck?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh
was
no.
that?
I
What?
don't know how to play this fella anymore.
Bro.
Oh no, it's over for me, bro.
Son, what the fuck am I? Yo, what the fuck?
Never mind, I know how to play him.
That got hit? That hits? Okay. What even? What? God. Random BS go. Literally, what the fuck was he doing on my screen? Bro, no, like I don't even think he knows what he was doing.
Nah, I know.
Oh yeah.
It's just getting started is the hard part.
That's a lot of damage. I like that.
I mean,
That works.
You need my help.
I'm ready to go. Dark Force.
You need my help.
Whoa. No.
what? Bro, I just tried some meaty, bro.
What the?
Possible.
I grabbed what?
A wise decision.
That did so much. Oh no. Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
No, I could have killed. No.
You need my help.
You're so weird for that. You're so weird for that.
What do you? What's the issue?
That shit was Mickey Mouse, and you know it.
You're welcome.
Let out. Good night. Fuck.
A wise decision.
What the fuck? Bro, that assist is so weird.
Here's my aim.
Leave it to me.
That works. Not really, but. Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Well, that sucks. I wanted to try out mashing super for the first time. It did not work out.
Oh, that's.
Out of the way.
It's from that far.
Here's my aim. Very well.
Bro, nah, bro.
Come on, man. Why is She-Hulk in the back? Why is She-Hulk in the back? Is crazy. What's wrong with She-Hulk?
Is she?
No, this part.
Stands beside you. You need my help. Here we go.
Oh, you. Oh, okay, I gotta stop.
I'm on it.
No.
You can't fight the demon. Dark force.
Here's my aim.
Leave it to me.
Like hell!
Doom stands beside you. Surrender now. You can't.
Surrender now. Oh, that doesn't side switch anymore. We're not side switch. That doesn't wall breaks anymore.
A wise decision.
Bro, the amount of times I've dropped that bullshit and then got fucking happy birthday after. What the fuck?
I like that. That's great. Oh God, that.
Here's my aim.
Leave it to me.
Enough of your shit!
Oh brother. Roadkill is crazy. Uh-oh. Am I dead? You want to drop this combo so bad. I know you do. Fuck.
I got it, man. I got it. No amount of rollback was stopping that one.
No amount of rollback is crazy. Chat, what are all the ranks? Isn't it like plat, diamond, and is there a master, or is it just vibranium?
Vibranium? I don't know.
Like, what is before vibranium?
Diamond. Bruh. Oh boy. Rolling the dice on the rollback.
W. After diamonds, vibranium. Oh, okay.
Yo, I can't see, bruh. It's at 8. Oh God, bruh. This game is
I can go in.
this shit don't work, bruh.
How are you this laggy? Like, we're like, what?
It's definitely not a distance thing.
It's not
Like,
you,
There's something,
yeah.
there's something wrong here.
Yeah, it's the game. That don't make no sense. We're both East Coast. We're both wired up. It's a little saint. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh my God, my camera.
Damn it.
God, they hate me.
Yeah, we're both on PC. Yeah, this PC is just fried.
Hell yeah. There you go.
Oh shit, that was cool.
Yeah, it was a reset, but I fucked it up. Oh, nice. I saw the grab coming, but I jabbed instead of fucking teching. Oh my goodness. My man range is insane. What's the storm mix? Put it in. Move 4 buttons in the string. You have a character you like still? Well, I guess you found Storm, but you said the game feels slow to you? You're Storm. Control the damn weather.
You need my help.
I delayed the fuck out of that.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Here's my aim.
Oh, you piece of shit.
Just look.
Oh, Iron Man. I did not mean to do the Iron Man.
Oh yeah, come here. Come here.
Yo. Yo,
gonna
I
play
didn't
no
mean to do
Iron
Iron
Man.
Man.
He
No.
in the back. That's your back that
I
says
didn't
come
mean to
here.
do Iron Man. I did back a tag. Oh shit, back down now. I did back tag. I mean, back is in my bag. As in, whatever, bro.
Oh.
Whatever, bro. I'm getting fucking trolled.
Brace yourself. Round one. A wise decision. Here's my aim.
Oh, getting the whole squad together?
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Missed. Oh my god, I hold up at the last second.
Waste of time.
I gotta stop doing that. Yeah, I should just stay transitioned. Oh, killing with that is so crazy.
Oh.
You may call for me. Round two.
I was blocking low, what?
A wise decision. Here's my aim. Very well.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yo, that assist is disgusting. The Green Goblin one?
Oh, Mash is calling me.
That Green Gob? The Gobby?
MVP en route. You need my help.
I'm going like ass, goddamn.
Here's my aim.
Whoa, that was weird.
A wise decision. No halting you.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Here's my aim.
Oh, what? That beat my thing? Oh, that's crazy. That actually beat it. Oh.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, that was an accident. I was meant to do command grab.
Command grab?
I'm on it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, wow, that counters. Or does it?
A wise decision.
I can go in.
You need my help.
Why is that not combo? Why did that not combo? What? I'm so confused.
Oh, what? Oh, that doesn't work. Oh.
Why did that not combo? It's so weird.
You may call for me. Round two.
What? I didn't do that.
I'm with you.
That's still punishing me, bruh. Oh, god. Dial some limbs.
Iron Man online.
I'm on it.
Be grateful to do. I'm here. That's good.
Oh, Blicky?
Of course.
And Blicky Enjoyer? Oh, fuck.
Real.
Let me at him.
Round three. What? You need my
Oh no.
A wise decision.
Are you ready?
This kill me.
I would hope.
Oh yeah, you got a ton of meter, no? Oh no, no.
Oh my god, we both jabbed. I have a ton of meter, but I couldn't switch to the next carry. I didn't have green shit.
Oh.
Oh,
Shit.
my god, I
The
jabbed, but
spacing?
his fucking
Wow.
jab is so tiny.
A wise decision.
Oh fuck.
Receive my assistance. I'm here. No mercy. Doom stands beside me.
Oh, you piece of shit. Bro, why he's going the wrong way?
Doom stands beside me.
Ooh.
A wise decision.
Leave it to me.
Doom stands beside me.
Oh fuck.
Here's my aim.
Oh you. Oh what the.
You need my help.
Oh,
Leave it to me.
Oh what?
Receive my assistance. Be grateful to me.
Oh no.
oh my.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1.
Oh wow, traded. It was a bit. Oh. Oh no, not again.
Oh, I love Marvel Token.
Not again, bro.
Yeah, it's alright. Whatever.
Not again. I just realized. It's a
Well,
big
are
stick.
you still in the lobby?
Yeah. We can keep playing if
Okay,
you
well,
want.
it kicked me out. Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, what the fuck? How do I?
This is a stick, chat. I didn't realize it.
Okay. Is it? I guess it's gonna be the same code, right?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, it's already in here. Nice.
Trying to blame through Steam, but I guess you can't. Sucks.
Oh, yeah, it's alright.
Any specific map do you want in preference? Do you?
What happened?
You have any specific map you want?
I don't know. I don't know which one's lag or not. It don't matter. You just pick one. It's fine.
How do I adjust the map from here?
Wait,
Change room settings.
Yo, Elvin Shadow? Damn, Frosty is Elvin Shadow? What up, dude?
Oh, I can't change it from here. Hold on. You can only change them after you make the room. I don't know. Nice Ghost Rider. I'm on point.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun playing on point. I like the Mickey Mouse press this button to go high, press this button to go low. It's pretty sick. Because I don't feel like learning the game right now.
I mean,
I just want something simple right now because I mean the game not out yet.
You gotta play Carnage
like 2
or-
days. Yeah, I don't want to learn a bunch of fucking straight up high tech goblin shit. You know what I mean? Just to play the beta for like 2 days and then forget all of it by the time the game comes out.
No worry, you're gonna be back if that Street Fighter patches buns. Where am I
Yeah, I
right
also
now?
I don't know how much time I'm gonna be able to commit to this game either when that patch drops.
I'm here. You're welcome. Here's my aim.
I could have kept comboing, but I sold.
A wise decision.
Oh,
Ready to kill.
I tried it. I tried to cheese him.
I'm on it.
Doomsday.
Oops.
A wise decision.
Here we go.
Here's my aim.
oh, she has an air action after that shit.
Yes, sir. Oh! No! It was faster than my heavy. Damn. Pace Pot Pete, yo, please mute up. Who said Pace Pot Pete? We do not need that guy in here. Oh, no.
Here's my aim.
Pace Pot Pete is sick work.
Oh shit. I was trying something.
I'm on it.
Be grateful to do.
Why'd I do that?
Oh shit.
Be grateful to do.
I tried it.
You need my help.
Oh no, what the?
A wise decision.
Ugh. No, you went low. Whew. That's a background cut that makes me laugh. Yeah, please mute up, please. I beg, I beg, I beg. Mute up, please. What?
You need my help.
Oh what? Bro, what was that? Oh, I accidentally pressed. I accidentally pressed the fucking unique button. Whoops.
Oops. Oh my. What? That assist?
Oh what? God.
What? My assist? Game?
Receive my assistance.
Dead. Dead as hell, bro.
Bro! Am I getting trolled?
I'm on it. I won't die here. I'm on it.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
No way. There is no way. There is no way.
I don't think you're. I mean, you're not dead. You'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure, right? Oh shit, that did a lot. Smile.
Bro said I'm not dead. As he proceeds to fucking run me over with a big ass Mustang or whatever the hell. Or Hellcat. Like, I don't like what? You're not dead.
Here's my aim.
Of course I dropped my combo. It's so hard to find time to put portals down unless I do the in combo ones. It's so hard to find time to put portals down against this guy. Because your range is like so like
Got the BBC moment, bro. Oh my god.
oh yeah, see, like I try to put a portal out, I just get hit with a chain from across the map.
That's vibes, no?
I feel like Matt is a horrible matchup for him. Like for well, Ghost has a horrible matchup for her. Unless I do like the combo that. Oh fuck! I did it wrong. Unless I do the in combo one.
Oh, you use Penny? Well, you get random items for like Penny's assist.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
You say cool until she gets the fucking one that drops on you from the sky.
I haven't played against a Penny yet, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't. I only fought 2, but like they didn't know what they were really doing, so like it was just an easy one. Got it killed, but it's whatever. Never mind, it's not whatever. Yeah, it's not whatever. Oh no.
I don't think you're dead.
Bro, we're not doing this again. You said that
No,
last time.
no,
I
for
fucking
sure.
died.
It's for sure this time, yeah.
Uh-huh. What? Fucking active frames. That shit lasts 10 years.
Brace yourself. Here's my aim.
I'm on.
You may call for.
Oh fuck, I gotta stop doing that. I hate thinking of strive, so I do insta air dash for a safe jump.
You have to be fucking kidding, bro.
What?
The blind spot. There's a blind spot. Oh.
Son, you thought you could just have this shit for free? What the fuck? You thought that shit was just free eats on everything
What
in
do you
front of you
mean?
if you dash back once?
Wise decision. You need my help.
Leave it to me. I'm on it.
Okay then.
My fucking goodness. Bro, this guy's no more range is like okay, bro.
I've got this. Here's my aim. Here we go. You need my help.
No one escapes. I'm on it.
Oh, it did the wrong one. Oh fuck, it went. Some singularity. Oh shit.
my aim.
Oh man. Thanks for the raid, Singular. I appreciate it. You had the beta to work, so I made a Doom plus Doom for me hit Raijin.
You need my help.
Leave it to me. I'm on it.
What the? Why is it not? Oh.
You need my help. Here's my aim.
Oh. Oh no.
I can step in.
Wise decision.
Oh. That does not come out. Oh, it has no meter, I guess. Move was slow. Oh, I called it late or too early. One of them.
You may call for
Where can I get a normal 2H?
Most said normal 2H. Like, do you see your normal range?
Honestly, fair.
Oh my god, I did medium and falling off the sky. I didn't come out. I think I was too low or something. I don't know.
MVP en route.
Oh, you can cover it with assists. Oh crap! This character broken. Bro attacking me from off screen and getting free pressure. Nuts. Bruh. Oh my god, this character is making me racist.
What? What?
You're man.
I don't know if I wanted to hear you.
I've got this.
Leave it to me. Here.
Wise decision.
I'm on it.
Oh my. I couldn't even tell which character was active.
Okay then.
That works.
Oh my god, dude.
I'll take it. A little bit of slop. A little bit of slop I never heard.
Here's my aim.
Oh, fuck no. Whoa, why did that hit me from 10 decades away?
You say that as if there was like a problem or something.
Oh, okay. Telling me I want this guy in fucking Rivals, bro? This is gonna be cheap. This dude gonna be cheap.
I've got this. You need my help.
Oh, I jabbed, but okay. Act like you won't, brother. I don't know if I want him in that game no more. What the fuck? Bro, yeah, magic into him feels ass. Complete ass. Like, that shit feels unfightable.
Waste of time.
Oh, I went low.
What? Oh, bro, I hate the fucking auto combo, man.
Oh, what? I didn't. Okay. What? What did I combo?
What? Oh my. God damn it. Insane, bro.
Bro, he probably might run around with the bike. Yeah, he's not gonna have the Mustang. He's gonna have the bike.
I would grace you with my presence.
I'm on it.
Be grateful to do.
Oops.
Waste of time.
Fuck.
A wise decision. Here's my aim. Leave it to me.
Oh shit.
The last bullet. The last bullet connected. Let's go.
Grateful to do.
What are you doing?
A wise decision. Receive my assistance.
I'm on it.
You need my help.
Bro, where the fuck was my assist?
Whoa! What the fuck are you doing?
Where, bro, where's my assist again? Bro, I'm just not getting assist at all. I don't know what's happening.
You don't need it. You don't need it anyway.
I'm getting this fucking flop.
You don't need assist. Oh my god.
Oh, I forgot I don't have meter to start.
I'll defend.
Oh my god, I'm literally pressing, blocking.
Ah, God, I hate the auto combo. Oh shit, my bad.
I would grace you with my presence.
Oh, GG. Oh, smile.
MVP en route.
Oh, that could have been really bad. That could have been really bad, chat.
I'm on it.
What? The fuck was that?
What the? Oh my god. I can't even see when he's tossing this shit. Oh wow. What the? Bro, I didn't even do that.
Oh fuck! Oh no, you fuck! I kissed on.
But I think I accidentally keep holding forward when I do assist. Assist.
Oh man. What the hell?
Love you, Mags.
Oh, you're kidding me. He punishes me. No person punishes from that far. No way. What the?
I'm on it.
Doom stands beside you.
Leave it to me.
That works.
Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead,
That works.
A wise decision. You need my help. Leave this to me. Here's my aim.
Leave it to me.
What is that command in your chat? What is that guy doing? Is that an actual command?
No.
What is he cooking?
I don't know.
He cooking something up.
Player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1.
Here.
Don't worry about it. I'm new here. Okay, my bad.
With my best.
I'm on it.
Doom stands beside you. MVP and
W whole team already.
I'm ready to go.
round 2. Take this. Here we go. Here's my aim.
Oh my god.
I'm on it.
Very well.
Oh, what?
A wise decision. Excuse me. Annihilate.
Leave it to me.
You can't even zone. God damn.
Here's my aim.
Yeah, I don't think you can zone him either.
And you could definitely zone him.
It's hard.
Leave it to me.
A wise decision.
What?
I'm on it.
Is there like throw invo when you get up in this game? I wonder.
I wouldn't know.
I know it's in a lot of artists games.
Beside you.
I know it's in Strive. Wow.
Be grateful to do.
Oh. Uh-oh.
You need my help.
Yeah, combos. I keep thinking that doesn't combo, but then it does.
Leave it to me.
Guess it's my turn now. You need my help.
No, what the fuck? Oh man.
Here's my aim.
Yo, Vital, that's what I 140. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
This is mine.
Leave it to me.
Let's
Oh,
go.
nice. Oh, my bad. Shades of 2x KO. My bad, my bad.
Oh fuck.
You'll have to see you first.
I'm gonna fucking throw up, man. I just want to anti-air, that's it.
Hey, keep up with me.
The Sarah.
Follow me.
Oh wait, this one doesn't have it.
Do it again.
Excellent. Assemble. Let me
Try a new avatar for the game? Yeah. It's alright. I don't think I'm gonna play more than this. It's fun just to pass the time, yeah.
Receive my assistance.
What, bro?
Doom stands beside you.
Miss a median, I just get straight up air dashed on. This shit punishes dude.
I'm with you. No mercy.
What? Can I thought I couldn't. What? I pressed a button.
Okay, and Wah! No! No! Wait! Put me down! Wait!
Oh, what?
We're good. We're good. I had to let the thing finish.
I don't
That's
know how
what
to
super
do.
connect.
How do you do the assemble super?
Assist button plus light. Quarter circle forward, assist and light. So whatever your assist button is, yeah, you just quarter circle forward that with light.
Oh, okay.
But you have to have a 150 meter.
Oh, you have to have like full meter.
Yeah, and all your characters need to be out. Oops. I don't know why I did that. I autopiloted.
Had enough?
You may call for me.
I'm on it.
Out of the way.
Just in time.
I should just never try to anti-air ever again.
Oh man. Oh damn! He actually got it off.
Oh my god.
Here's my ace. Okay then. Out of the way.
Oh fuck.
Worry not. You need our turn now.
Oh, that shit killed me.
I'm ready.
Last Ronin out here. Last Ronin. Oops.
That shit still punished me, bro. Oh my god, there's so much recovery on these buttons.
A wise decision.
Oh yeah, and it has to be last round of. You have to be losing.
Oh, bro, there's a lot of fucking prerequisites.
Yeah, you have to be losing. The last match has to be the round that ends the game for you to be able to use it.
Let's see.
Stay still.
This is doing a lot of damage to me.
Face doom is to suffer humiliation.
Fuck you.
Wow.
Actually, fuck you. What? I shot the wrong way.
I'm on it.
Okay.
it's a counter.
Yeah. This is my red sword.
Oh.
Here's my aim.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself.
You doing S part?
You need my help.
Leave it to me.
Why did I do that? Why'd you go the wrong way? That shit's evil.
That is a crazy move. I don't know.
I can use it in the air too, but the air ones are kind of like, I don't know. See?
What the fuck is going? Yo,
You can do some
what
funky shit with that. That's just pretty cool though. There's an arrow for it, but I didn't learn it yet. The arrow looks really sick too.
Wise decision.
Leave it to me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You like the chains? Damn.
You should quit. I'm here. You're welcome.
Round 3.
I'm here.
What? Why? Where the combo at? Where the combos at? Tarnation?
Here's my aim.
Leave it to me.
Receive my assistance.
Oh, did I use my floor bounce already? Yeah, I did. You can only get one floor bounce per combo, right?
What?
I used my floor bounce already, so I didn't floor bounce you. I think you can only get one floor bounce per combo.
Leave it to me.
What the fuck is happening to me?
I take the green stuff. That's like the symbol thing. I don't know if it's worth it. I just been doing it. Like, if I don't feel like doing a combo, because I know the combo you get from that is like extremely scaled, so I just do that instead. The only downside. Oh, what the fuck, Green Goblin? Yo. Oh my god. Fucking Green Goblin, bro.
Player, brace yourself. Round 1.
I'll defend you.
Here's my
Oh my goodness.
You need my help.
Oh my god.
Leave it to me.
Here's my aim.
What's up, Cafe? Oh, what? I did medium.
I'll defend you.
Oh. I can't reach this guy. The fucking normals are so long. It's so hard to reach him.
You need my help. I will deal with this.
Leave it to me.
Oh.
Here.
Out of the way.
Uh-oh. I forgot. I keep forgetting it doesn't combo if they're not floated first. You gotta do crouch jump.
MVP en route. You need my help.
I'm ready to go.
Here's my aim.
I'm getting cooked. I'm playing like ass this round.
I've got a fire in me. It's going to ignite. Burn the whole damn world.
All right, comeback season, right?
You better learn to
Brody.
You said what?
Oh no. Oh my god. That's how it starts.
Oh. Wait, why'd that not? Oh, my sword wasn't enhanced. I'm like, wait, why that? I forgot if you EX that, it doesn't. It gives you a bounce. Never mind, you threw. I did crouch. Oh wow. I tried to wake up. Let's act like I was playing 2x.
You need my help. Iron Man online.
Oh my god, I keep falling for this low.
I got this.
You can't run.
Oh fuck. Still alive.
Guess it's my turn now.
Whoa, wrong a thing.
You need my help.
I meant to do assist, but I roll tagged.
Wise decision.
Oh, that's not good. Yo, Sarah. Oh, that's not good. Oh, yo,
the Goblin?
Goblin is brain dead. That assist is way too fast. That shit is like prime Yasuo assist. I don't even know, you even know what that looked like. Prime Yasuo metered assist. What? I did too. What the fuck? Got input error. Oh. You find any Iron Mans?
Huh?
You find any Iron Mans?
Nah. I don't think anyone's playing them.
Nope.
Oh, word. I'm dead as AF.
Yeah, no one's playing Iron Man.
No one's playing Miss Marvel either. There's a loser.
I'm here.
Does Miss Marvel have any fans, bro? Like the new one? Because I've never seen a character like shoved in media, like in the face of it so much, and has like 0 fans and 0 bitches. She don't even have her unique power. Like it's just Mr. Fantastic.
All right. Waste of time.
I don't know. It should, I don't know. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know anyone that likes Miss Marvel like that. Other than how people just like, oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, you can punish that, damn. Oh, what? I jabbed. Oh, man. She died in the main Spider-Man comic?
Damn it, bro. She just got introduced and she already died?
Wait, well, how did
Already
she die?
died?
How did she die? What?
Here's my aim.
Oh my god, I'm playing so like ass.
Oh, whoops. That was an accident.
Damn, getting a combo from that far is crazy.
I don't think it's
She got stabbed? Yo, she got shanked? What the
Damn, bro,
fuck?
what?
What? Who the fuck stabbed her? What? Who the fuck wants to stab Miss Marvel?
Superhero, by the way.
Who the fuck got beef with Miss Marvel? What? That's so random.
Normal superheroes gotta get fucking snapped by Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. She just gets stabbed.
Who got beef with Miss Marvel? Wait, well, I'm so confused. She can heal from bullets, then that's why they stabbed her?
Wait, what?
Wait, I'm actually invested.
It's not even. Is that a flex? I don't know. Then what happens if she just spawned in like London or something? You know?
She's fucking cooked. What? They did her so dirty. Oh fuck, I'm dead. I mean,
I don't want to hurt you. But
I guess.
probably did.
Round 3. Fight. Here we go. A wise decision.
Oh fuck. I don't know how you're supposed to pick that up with her. That shit is so far. What?
No. I missed. Oh my god.
What's up, Samantha? Oh my god, I can't punish that. I mean, I hit you there. It's too far. Oh, what? I get a mix up there. That's not good. Dude, from that far is insane. Sheesh. Yo, punishing me from that far is crazy. Yo, Ghost Rider's normals are scary.
We done?
Is your chat ahead of mine? I think your chat might be ahead of mine. You be seeing messages before they pop up on my screen.
What? What do you mean?
No, your chat. Like I just got a delayed chat, I guess.
You said hi like ages ago. Oh. So much as Street Fighter, but it's Marvel. Kinda. But this game has a lot more characters. Well, it's 4v4 instead of 1v1. It's a game like DBFZ? Yeah, kinda. More like DBFZ than Street Fighter.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
I'm on it.
Out of the way.
What the?
Yeah, that can take the corner.
Yeah, I see.
It's pretty sneaky.
Man, I'm getting frisky.
Can go in.
Oh, what the?
Oh shit.
Oh, wow, that reached me.
Get away.
Eat the steaks. Oh. Hold these steaks. You don't like steak?
You may call for
No,
Bruh. You. Vegan?
I got a dumpster palate.
What?
I love aged McDonald's hamburger meat.
What the fuck are you talking about? What did he just say, Chad? Oh fuck. These play this game's going up. So fun. Tap in. This is a free open beta.
You need my help. Very well. Over here. Here we go. Here's my aim.
Oh fuck. Bro, what the fuck? I fucked up my combo. No. Oh, what the?
Here's my aim. Doom stands beside you.
Oh my son, that shit is Mickey Mouse, bro. A low from that far is egregious as shit. It's like Thresh. It's like I'm fighting Thresh.
You need my help.
Those just frames in this game? I know there was just defense in this game.
Yeah.
Here's my aim.
I'm on it.
Doom stands beside you.
Oh, wrong one. Oh, okay. I grabbed, but all right.
A wise decision.
Here.
Okay then. Here's my
Oh, fuck.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
What?
You need my help.
What?
I'm on it.
Oh my god, he's looking the wrong way, this asshole.
You may call for
Leave it to me.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. My bad, my bad.
Oh, that isn't. Oh, that's not good.
wise decision.
Why did I not break the wall?
Oh, nice.
Go whenever.
Damn, I gave you a character. Fuck. Oh my god, I can never get to use these portals, bro. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, what the? Oh, you're so evil for that. That shit is so Mickey. I hate that mechanic, bro.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Ah, God, it beats
I just don't like
it beats throws. Like, ah.
So my issue with it is that you can like do the crossover on block, and if you miss it, you get that instead. So like you get accidentally like stuff you don't want just by mashing. I wish you had to like actually intentionally
pretty stupid.
put a direction, yeah. Or they were different button combinations. I don't think you should get one or the other like randomly like that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Here's my aim.
I'm on it.
Oh, that's not good. That shit whack. To make it similar to Blitz shit. Yeah, they should definitely change that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
too.
fought
think
someone
you
that was
should be able to
spamming
control
that
it.
shit yesterday. I'm like, yo, please, bro.
Because I also think throws in this game have very limited use as it is right now. Like, you really just do it to break the corner, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't get no combos off of them, like nothing.
Oh my
See the
fuck.
defense diligence, though?
That shit was Mickey.
But you saw the blocking before that, though.
Oh fuck.
Oh, you pulled the button. Oh my goblin, bruh.
22 mode on launch. I see people say this game should have been 1v1, but I mean, I can see why people say that. But I don't know.
Oh, what? I didn't even know that connected. Does it just track you or something?
What?
The stake, the thing you toss?
Yeah.
Let's see, of course.
Is it gonna kill? Should. I think.
I would hope so with all the prerequisites.
It didn't kill? Wow. Bro. Oh, that shit doesn't work. I forgot. Oh, no.
What? Oh, I wasn't close enough. Corner.
It's really? Oh, no, that's not good. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Wow. It really didn't kill you earlier. That should have definitely killed.
Yeah, no, I was sick. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
A little bit of slop. Slop my way to victory for the one time. Oh man, where the fuck did you come from? That shit's evil.
A little bit.
I'm ready to go.
I wish you had to aim it. Because they made it seem
I
like
wish
you had to. But you really
I
don't.
wish you did too.
you really just don't.
I feel like that's the way they make a lot of offensive characters in this game for some reason. Like, do special move that auto teleports you to your opponent. Like, Blade has it. What's it called? Black Panther has it. Spider-Man has it. I'm not a fan of that design either, but I think it's like a lazy way to start offense.
Oh my god, from that far is OD. This will be card. That emote is crazy. That's gotta be feisty.
Oh my. that is feisty.
That's gotta be feisty.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Feisty. Yo, what up, Bacardi?
A wise decision.
Oh man, I did it too fast.
Here's my aim.
I've got a fire in me. Listen to me. I'm in total control.
That did so much damage.
Oh, I can't do like 5H after that?
I hate this
Oh,
game.
nice. I love that.
Like, I
Smile.
actually hate this game, bro. You weren't even in block stun. Let's see how the crash. Oh, they're packing. Moon shut office to garage. Yikes. Ah. Just way to hear that, Samantha. Hope everything works out for you, though. And good night.
Oh. How do you just tech in this game? Like, that wasn't a combo.
I don't know.
Does it just hold 2 buttons like it is in other games? Dude?
Weird question. That was weird. I would assume you just hold a button in a direction, no?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how you tech roll.
Oh. Shit. The worst feeling in the world when you just whiff a button. We trying to meet
your
you,
recovery
but,
is probably crazy on your normal sense.
right. I mean, yeah. That's just his character. What I signed up for, I guess.
Yeah.
You need my help.
Yeah, don't do full auto nair like that.
I gotta. Oh, why am I not breaking the wall? Should've break the wall there.
Yeah. Best in combos later. Oh, nice. You get me to the corner. Oh, wow, nice.
We can go whenever.
Here's my aim. You need my help.
Nice. The combos
And I get
up,
the
man,
goblin.
touch blade, what?
Well, I get to put on the mask.
Oh, hell no.
Nice air there.
Do you get green shit for stage transitions? I think you do, if you already have all your characters. I think you do, but I could be wrong.
Here's my aim.
Stage transitions me? Oh, shit. No mind.
Oh, you woke a button. I held up. why I hold up, but I hold up.
Oh. Oh, you shitting me. Bro, what the?
Oh my, I'm gonna crash out, bro. I should have dashed, I guess. Nice.
Oh.
Whoops. Oh my god, I didn't want to do any of that. What the fuck? Oh my god.
What? Oh, I had no sticks. Woo! Woo! Oh, whiff recovery on crack. Are you really in control? Man, oh man, oh man. Hey, what's your sleep schedule right now anyway? Are you really on mine? Oh shit.
It's fucked, right?
Wait, I was this is a joke, but no, you're actually on mine. Oh nah.
Bro, I went to sleep at 1 p.m. today.
What? No, okay, never mind. You're not on mine. What the fuck? Oh hell nah. Sleep at 1 is crazy. I sleep at. Okay, that's.
What, you have an air action after that? What is going on here, bro? Why you just do special moves in the air and you got air actions after them?
Wait, put me down. Wait, put me down. Oh man. You said what I do what and then what?
Bruh, you just got air actions and you just, you know what I mean? You can just do shit after them. Like, after you do
There's
special
an
moves
air
in the
character.
air.
You think it's a ground character? Dude, I called the assist, but wow, these fucking chains are just. Oh my god, the chains on this character are so damn annoying.
Pretty sick.
What a snapback. Let me make him play Mag.
You don't want to see the mag.
Let me force this guy to play Magneto, bro. Put
Nah,
this
you
guy
saw-
on fucking training wheels.
Everyone saw what happened to you when the Magneto was out already.
What do you mean?
I had to put that one away. I had you befuddled. The man was asking like, bro, you didn't even know what you was doing. But I knew it.
You was fucking spamming. What?
Bro, that's what Magneto
Motherfucker
does.
wasn't even zoning. He was spamming.
Now what, bro? What do you mean? That's what Magneto does.
Yeah. You show what Blade can do. Fuck.
I see. Oh shit.
Ooh. Oh my god, no, okay. This, yeah, you a Street Fighter player.
Oh
That's
no!
The
Oh no!
Oh, it's
No, no, it's never free.
This dude match. This dude match.
See the mag, bro.
This dude match.
I'll put it away. I'll put it away.
No, put it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. He a coward, chat.
Right, so I warned you about the mag, bro.
Bro's a coward. Bring that shit back.
That's the final boss. You're not ready for the mag.
Your mag ain't shit. Oh man.
Here's my aim.
Let's ride.
Oh, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah. Hold that shit. You wanna fucking break my shit?
Bro, whose fault is that?
You wanna break my shit? Fucking assist. We don't need assist anyway.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
Why did that anti-air? That was a low. Why did his low anti-air? Can we get that fixed?
No.
His low just anti-aired me. What is that?
Here's my aim.
I've been getting anti-tired by lows all day, bruh.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, you a Street Fighter player. That's the most drive rush bullshit move I've ever seen. He's spamming low forward drive rush, but in the form of a chain. That shit is low forward drive rush. You a Street Fighter ass player.
I don't know what that means.
You are a Street Fighter ass player.
You're saying my nooch is impeccable? Is that what you're
This
trying to
dude
say?
is a Street Fighter ass player, bro. He's spamming low
translation
forward
I'm
drive
hearing.
rush. What?
Here's my aim.
This dude call that news. Bro's gonna call that nooch. I'm crying, bro.
I will grace you with my presence.
Oh, God.
Iron Man online. Be grateful to do. Personally.
Oh my god. Yep, low forward. Let's go.
Decision.
Into full screen conversion.
Laser storm.
Oh, my God.
What?
Brother. That still hit
You
me.
thought I was
That's
done?
insane.
You thought I was done with you?
What the fuck? That still hit me. What? All right, I guess.
I'm with you.
Oh, my God. Oh, go back, range back.
Stands beside you.
Oh man.
You need my help.
Oh, you mashing bastard. Oh, what, bruh? You teleported IE that.
No, I did not. I did not. I dashed back.
Bro.
Wise decision. Here's my aim.
Bro, why did my assist not come out during that? I guess you can't use assist during that. You can only do it after and before.
You need my help.
The wall.
Let's ride. Don't get in my way again.
That was a charity match. I gave you that for free.
Oh,
I gave you that for free, bro. Don't worry. I gotta give back.
Wise laser storm.
what? Why am I doing an air throw? Question mark? Oh my God, bro. This is insane. What is going on?
A wise decision.
Oh. What? My stakes didn't. Okay.
aim.
Leave it to me.
What? I didn't even see what hit me.
That works.
Bro, I didn't even see what hit me.
The stakes. You didn't see the stakes? You don't like steak?
This is insane, bro. Yo, what's up, Joy? I appreciate the raid. You had a good stream.
Joey was alive? Oh, snap.
A wise decision.
Oh, fuck.
Here's my
I am on 8 frames of rollback fighting
Cap.
for my fucking life
Cap.
right now.
Cap. Cap.
a wise decision.
This is Mickey Mouse combo.
You like the case?
God, bro.
Ah, you're a piece of shit. Oh, never mind.
Whoa,
Never mind, I'm
yeah, it's a
sick.
charity match. That was so Mickey. What? How did you just beat a whole super? What? Okay. Does
was
that
sick,
not
man.
have info, bro? What?
Elite level spacing.
Does
If
the
I've ever seen it.
chat? Does the assemble attack not have info? Are we for real, bro?
Oh, man's like beans with the 5 gifted too? Shit, I appreciate it, dude.
Oh,
still doing that?
fucking hell, bro. Yeah, I gotta stop doing that.
A wise decision. You need my help. A wise decision.
Yo, Shinobi, what's up, dude?
Oh, shit.
You need my help.
You may call for me.
Here's my aim.
Go whenever.
You need my help.
Oh, God. Oh. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
Oh, what? Press the wrong button. Magic didn't hit you?
MVP en route. Round 3. Be grateful to do.
A wise decision.
I'm on it. Leave it to me.
That sucks.
Okay then.
Oh my God, Iron Man! Come on, bro. We need a better assist than Iron Man, I guess. Too honest.
Doom stands beside you.
You need my help.
I'm the Ghost Rider. You mess with the Ghost
That's why I keep using his Iron Man assist. It just aims downwards. Boy, aimed upward. That would be really nice.
Coming in. I'm on it.
Be grateful to do.
Oh, God.
Caught him jumping.
Round 4.
Leave it to me.
I'm here.
Oh man. But a block that would have been perfect too.
Bro, that is insane. That is insane that he does a full screen projectile that he just fucking get a full combo off of. Like, no assist needed is insane to me.
Here's my aim.
You okay? They got cheap shit. We all had to have cheap shit, man.
Whoops.
Get away.
I'm here. A wise decision.
Oh my god, he just keeps hitting my assist. That mag projectile is so fast.
Oh, whoops.
Let's go.
Let's try this again. Thank you.
Bro, what the fuck? Yo, it hit. Oh my god.
It hit your box.
Am I dead?
I don't know.
Wait, right?
No, I don't think you're dead. That shit hurt though. Oh my fucking
Goblin up.
goblin, bro. This goblin is so fast. He just clears the entire floor. Like, he just clears the entire floor. You just gotta hold that shit. That shit is crazy. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
W goblin. Yeah.
What? Oh, 2x KO? Oh my god.
Here's my aim.
Here we go.
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
Let go.
Oh my god, bro, that is disgusting, yo. From that far? Sheesh. That shit gross. What's up, Sajam? How was the wedding? We saw your photo.
MVP.
Yo, what up, Sage Jam?
Leave it to me.
Oh.
Oh, what? Brother? Yeah, that got.
I'm on it.
Bro, I'm still getting comboed. Why is that?
Leave it to me.
Wait, I didn't block. Oh shit. I kept blocking, but I let go for 2 seconds. Oh fuck.
Oh fuck! I forgot. I forgot.
Oh shit, that was funny. Hands hurt from Live and Ghost Rider? Hands hurt from Live and Ghost Rider. Oh my god, I thought the what's his name was gonna hit you. Fuck. I thought the beam was gonna hit you and I was gonna throw a stake at you.
Yeah.
Leave it to me.
Oh.
Oh my god, the stake just broke my combo or messed it up.
You're cursed by the demon.
That didn't work. I fucking magic his ass.
I'm on it.
Whoa. No way, you converted that? Nice.
Oh, I gotta stop doing that too. I should just never use 2H. I should really just never use 2H ever.
I guess so. Oh,
you are a demon.
wrong button.
That's what you cooking up over there?
Wrong button, bro.
You need my help.
Enough of your shit.
What are your hands hurt from Live and Ghost Rider? I took a break. My hands hurt when I was live in Magic earlier, but I mean, I didn't finish living her corner combo. Her corner combo is pretty hard. Oh, what?
A wise decision.
No, you're.
Oh my god, I did low as well. Oh my god, I did crouch medium.
Here's my aim.
Oh.
Not working. Catch me.
You need my help.
Oh, missed. This paint theme is so hilarious.
I've been listening to the same Blade theme for like 2 hours. It's kind of fire though. Oh shit.
I'm here. You're welcome.
I gotta stop doing that. Oh, I couldn't get the wall break in time.
Oh boy.
Oops. Oh, nice law.
Oh,
W iron.
fuck, he's here.
He's here. Sean, is there a trick to getting the assist on the 214?
214. 214.
Which one's
Do I
214?
do
Isn't
that
that the
input?
spin? That's the spin back, right?
214 is a 214 is a DP input, right? I don't do any DP inputs. Hey, which move is that? Oh, 214 is quarter circle back. Oh, I'm stupid. Hold on.
Yeah, you're trolling?
I am trolling.
You're trying to gatekeep?
Oh no. I don't think there's any trick to it. I just do the assist afterwards. After the low hits. Oh my god.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
Oh, did you forget he's here?
this is crazy because I didn't press a button. I just got hit. What?
Here's my aim.
Oh.
A wise decision.
Oh.
You need my help.
Oh my god.
Here's my aim.
We have your assemble thing.
I do have my assemble thing, and it would be amazing if I remembered how to use it. It would be sick, actually.
Oh wow. It says close circle
smile?
forward, light and assist button.
Quarter circle light and assist. Hey, what's that again?
Son.
Wait, I forgot what my assist button is. All right, there you go. No, I have a macro just for that specifically. Like, here we go. Oh wait, what?
Bro, Magic, where did the... Oh. Did you hit her?
Magic? Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Oh shit.
What? Come. I'm about to just never use 5H on that, bro. I think I have to just slightly delay it so it's always consistent. Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh my fucking god, I hate that move with a burning passion. I hate that move with a burning passion. What the fuck is that range? Oh shit. Oh bro. Yeah, that is the neutral skip of doom move. Holy shit.
What do you mean? The move is neutral itself. I had to connect that.
Bro, you press one
I
button
did
and
that.
that shit connects for me full screen into a low
Yeah,
into a
but-
full damage combo.
But if it misses, I have so much recovery. So the skill,
Sure, buddy.
the elite level skill, which I'm displaying, is that I didn't whiff it.
The elite level skill is he does low forward chain assist run up full screen combo.
Those are well placed normals into your well placed ass.
Sure, buddy.
Oh shit.
Does this work? Fuck no, this doesn't work.
You need my help.
Bro, oh, forward tech button.
Oh my god.
What's the issue?
Built-in
That was
mix.
well
Your
placed.
character has built-in mix. Hard.
I do
I'm
li-
over here
I
a
do
hard
like-
working man.
I do like press button to go high. And press
Like
button
dead
to go
ass, he's
low.
doing high low off one button, by the way. He's playing Wolverine with more range. Wolverine has the same thing, just built-in mix. It's like Wolverine, if he's in Berserk, his shit has armor. Oh my god, I pressed medium.
Perfect.
You only play high tiers? That's not true.
Player 2.
Hey, stop playing around, give me salad already.
Round 1.
You need my help.
Here.
A wise decision.
I'll get back.
You need my help.
I would grace you with my presence.
Oops.
Here's my aim.
Leave this to me.
You need my help.
Iron Man online.
Oh, where was my cancel, bro? I died for that. I should just always press
I'm
like
ready to go.
do the motion and cancel every time I do 2H. Not to. Oh my god, bro. I'm tired of my 2H. Like my brain is telling me to anti-air. Clearly.
I'm here.
Oh my.
Is it?
Bro, I feel like you
I don't
just
know if that's
making
worth
like,
it.
bro, I feel like you just making up mechanics that the game never had. Bro. I've
What?
never seen any
You
of
never
this.
seen that? It's in the tutorial. I don't even know if it's worth doing. I just do it just to do it because it looks cool. It looks like an auto combo though, but it's not. It kind of looks like an auto combo, but it's not one.
Let me at him.
Round 3.
Catch me.
That's plus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Be grateful to do.
Oh, yeah, okay, my bad.
Waste of time.
Oh.
No, no, if Magic gonna hit you, bro, oh my god. That would have been so good.
Enough of your
Fucking Magic, bro. She sold me.
I love magic.
You better learn from this.
Oh, yeah, 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 alright.
I'm on you. Don't get in the way.
Excuse me.
What? Okay.
Round 4.
A wise decision. decision.
Okay, man. Okay, man. Okay, man.
You need my help.
Do it again. Fuck.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
What? Huh?
What?
Okay then.
What the fuck is happening?
I've got this.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
Too late. Final round.
Okay then. Here's my
Bro said okay then. Fucked over my Iron Man.
Oh,
Try that again.
waste of time.
Oh, let's not risk this. Oh my fucking god.
A wise decision.
Oh, that's not good.
Need my help.
Oh, thank goodness you didn't build enough meter. This is catch your back dash. Yo, that would have been so funny. That would have been
been
evil. Okay, that's good to know that cannot catch back dash. That'd have been hilarious if it did though.
Can I just cancel it and block?
What?
My backdash, can I just cancel it into the block? Oh my god.
What am I doing? I don't know why I keep doing that.
A wise decision.
I'm doing the wrong combos.
I can go in.
You need my help.
No. Oh.
I meant to EX that. Whoops.
You may call.
I'm gonna play Blade when the game fully comes out. Yeah.
You need my help.
Bro, what is that assist?
I forgot how to convert all that bullshit mode when it hits.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Here's my aim.
No, where was my dash?
Oh, wrong button.
You need my help.
What's up, Silvers?
I'm the Ghost Rider. You mess,
You don't want the wall break?
Rider.
Wait, what?
So I didn't go for wall break. I'm on PS5 now. I'm on PC.
I have all my dudes, no?
Oh, wait, yeah, you do. I'm tripping. Oh, wait, what is the timing on that? Or do I have to do fireball assist, I guess? I gotta practice that.
Oh, God. This fucking 2H. I'm gonna throw up, man. This shit is pissing me off.
A wise decision.
Oops, play Magneto.
Nah, come on.
Nah, it's not that bad.
I gotta-
Oh, okay.
I gotta make it fair. Feel me, though?
Oh, okay.
You need my help.
Oh, what?
I'm on it.
Winner. Player 2.
Player 2.
Yeah, there's combos where you can easily get into zone 2. I just don't know them. There's combos where you can overheat for sure. Like
You overheated
definitely seen
once, but I haven't seen
Nah,
it
like
since.
whole ass combos, like from start to finish. You can just like, so you actually have to like
Those,
put in
those
like
are the
parts
kill
of the
ones,
combo
no?
where you cool down. No, I mean there's you cool down in like the combo. Like you structure the combo so like you use his unique whatever the fuck, man. I don't know how to like.
I feel like
describe
the only ones you
game.
do burnout for are the ones that are kill. If I had to guess.
Well, the natural structure of them, you cool down during the combo.
Oh.
But yeah,
With my pressure.
I don't know any of those yet, and I'm probably not gonna learn. I know I'm gonna forget, so it's not worth it.
How many stations does this stage has? What the fuck? That's 2?
You need my help.
Whoa! Oh, I'm like, how the fuck did you just break that,
Bro, what? He's drunk.
Your car left you.
He's drunk.
This shit. Oh fuck! Oh my god.
Had enough?
Your car said fuck you.
Still breathing.
Iron Man online. Round 2. I've got this. A wise decision.
Oh, thank God Iron Man dropped out of it. It would have been really bad. Bro, does this stage have infinite stage transitions? How the fuck does this stage work? Oh, god damn it.
Be grateful to do.
Oh, I didn't have my sword.
You need my help.
Wanna get higher one calls? For spinning. Yeah, I saw like a double spin corner loop. It looked really cool, but man, that's the only cool thing I saw earlier. But the guy was couldn't have been that crazy.
Excellent. Round 3.
Oh fuck. Oh damn it.
Here's my aim. Leave this to me.
Get ready.
You need my help.
I'm on it.
Oh man, that didn't hit you.
Here's my aim. Doom stands beside me.
Oh what? How'd I drop that? Oh.
Winner. Player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
I'm on it.
Here's my aim.
I'm ready to go.
You need my help.
Leave it to me.
That works.
Oh, what? I don't even know where she came from. Damn, it's really snowing.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? Motherfucker's distracting me. What are these comms?
Here's my aim.
What is snowing? Yo, nah, I heard that. Hey, yo.
Grace with my friends.
Here.
You need my help.
JoJo All-Star Battle Idol. That game was buns. Yeah, Neko was horrendous. I had you too, but I fucked it up.
MVP en route.
Rev it up.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I'm mistaken.
Oh, that's not
Oh, nice. You like
how that goes. Fuck. That's a blue combo too. It dropped for some reason. I think I took too long to GP.
Wise decision. Laser strike. You need my help.
I've got a fire in me. It's going to ignite.
Uber called mid fight.
You better learn from this.
Oh,
I'm here. I've got you. Very well. We'll get away with this.
That shit is so delayed.
yo, why you leave?
Here's my
Why'd you run? I think it makes you. Well, I think you were crouching, so when I did my normal, it whiffed, and I didn't get the hit for him.
You need my help.
I gotta learn mix with that. I haven't labbed it. Maybe just defense.
Here's my aim.
He missed.
W.
I would grace you with my presence. A wise decision. Here we go. You need my help. Be grateful to do. Iron Man online. Eat this.
Oh fuck. Oh man. Oh, I sold. Damn it. I had it too. I don't know how to use Iron Man, so I don't know what mix to do.
Well, is this gonna be easy to get into if I haven't played fighting games?
Seriously, since MKX? I would say so, yeah. I mean, the best time to start is literally now. The longer you wait, the worse it's gonna be.
Here's my aim. I will deal with this. Target locked. Here we go. A wise decision.
Oh, fuck. This guy can't run.
You need my help.
It's a blow ball. Oh, shit. Oh,
Goblin.
Green Goblin is so cancer, bro. What? That shit came back and hit me.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Decision.
I haven't done a single active tag.
Oh, wrong button. God damn it. Oh, is this how it feels? Yeah, you rarely switch, I noticed.
Yeah, I mean, I forget the controls, bro. One thing at a time. I also don't really have any like setups to active tag into, like, and also I don't remember how to play Magneto.
I mean, you can
Smile.
call assist, carpet, and then call assist, carpet, and then you can like cross up.
Yeah, I just don't remember how to play Magneto.
Oh, don't be a coward. I got with that. Just don't be a coward. Oh my fucking god, these normals. Bro.
I'm on it.
Oops.
Oh shit.
Oh man. No. I'm gonna throw up is crazy.
I can go in.
Oh, come on. Oh, I thought I just kept blocking. That shit would have came back. Oh, come on. Oh, man. Doesn't hit stun for long enough.
I would grace you with my presence. Here we go. A wise decision. Get ready.
Let me at it.
Here's my aim.
Uh-oh.
Leave it to me.
Here we go. A wise decision.
Oh, boy. Thanks.
Ghost Rider.
Next on my team is it's jarring combo with simple tagging or for combo systems she has on the fly. I just gotta lab it, dude.
Leave it to me.
Oh,
Here we go. A wise decision. Here we go.
oh, come on! I just can't reach this guy.
You need my help.
Oh, what? My medium missed.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Get the leg.
Full on. Here we go. You need my help. Won't get away with this.
To see you first.
You were asking for it.
Yeah, it's so hard because I have to do 5 JM because you can't do JL because JL doesn't count as an overhead in this game. It was like hard to like open you up with pressure like that. That's one of the weird things in this game. JM in this game isn't an overhead. It like you can block it low. It's like I don't know.
JM is an overhead. It's JL.
JL is not my bad. JL is not.
Be grateful to do.
Oh my god. Oh my.
I shot my combo. Play on fight stick or pad? Play on leverless.
No.
Here's my aim.
Oh, went low.
No. Brother.
Be grateful to do.
Oh, come on, man.
Receive my assistance.
I dashed back too. It still caught me down.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
Hey, assemble.
Iron Man online.
Round 4.
I'm here. You need my help.
Ready to kill. Not over. I'm up.
Here's my
Leave it to me.
Oh, Magneto is getting fucked up.
You need my help.
Oh, you do have a lot of great. He was getting fucked up.
Your shit. Let's kick it into high gear. Roll kill.
Okay then.
Oh,
Oh,
that
no.
works.
A rollback.
Receive my assistance.
Oh, what?
I'm here.
Bro, oh my god, I tried to mash. Oh my god. I'm just dead, bruh.
Excellent. Final round.
Here's my aim. Okay then.
Oh my god, that move is so annoying. Oh, fucking hell. I cannot reach this guy ever. Oh, I was gonna happy birthday. That was bad.
Receive my assistance.
Oh shit.
Oh, no, I didn't convert. Fuck.
My help.
How do you convert? Fuck. Oh, you download the beta? You go to your store of whatever console you're on or PC and just download it. What do you mean? PlayStation Store or Steam?
Brace yourself.
It's not on Xbox.
A wise decision.
Is this game launched on Xbox? It's not. I mean, I don't know why you would have an Xbox in this day and age. Just like literally no reason to.
You need my help.
Like I'm not like I don't know. And this is coming from someone that played on Xbox. Like I don't know. Like there's just no reason to have Xbox in this day and age. Like everything you get that's not on Xbox is on either PC or I mean I guess Switch. Like I don't fucking know. Xbox come back and be crazy. It really won't. It really won't.
You may call for
I had original Xbox. I had a 360, and I don't see a after 360. There was not a single reason. Or I guess after one, I didn't get one, but I was on PC at that already. Kratos overhead is 2Hable. Is it?
Leave it to me.
Oh,
I've got this. You need my help.
oh snap! Oh fuck!
Here's my aim.
I don't know, bro. It's only on zone. So you have to learn specific thingies for zone 1 and zone 2. What the fuck? Wait, so if he's in zone 3, you can't overhead it?
I don't know that either.
Well, 2H it? That's insane. That's insane. What the fuck? Some of this frame data changes in zone 3, I guess.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
You know, didn't consider that possibility.
Be grateful to do.
They've been vicious.
A wise decision.
Oh, that worked. Damn.
Leave it to me.
That is so much damage.
Here's my aim.
Oh, I I jabbed. Jab is too stubby. Oh, fuck. You're just pressing buttons.
What do you mean?
Mo's just pressing buttons. Oh no, it's 2H is not gonna reach you. Fuck. This is not fucking
Yeah,
Blade.
kind of sucks. Kind of sucks when your
That
2H
2H
don't reach.
is ass. God damn. That dude Iron Man's 2H is buttons. What the fuck? That shit went nowhere. Just cause this game shot on my RAMs, my PC. What? It did what? Oh no. Oh fuck, you went low. Oh my god, that assist is insane. Whoops. Oh my god, that mechanic. I got Thanos in this game? Wait, what? No, not yet.
Get out of here while you're still
You may call.
No said Thanos. Oh my god, I gotta stop switching to magic. I'm not a fucking player. Oh my god, this chain. I keep doing that combo.
What, bro? Oh, I didn't have to meter. That's why.
Oh, nice.
Iron Man online.
Oh, what? Oh, you crossed me up so it inverted my input.
Oh my. Oh, go back.
I've got this.
I've got this.
No? What the?
I don't fucking know what that was. Really?
Here's my aim. Okay then.
Oh no.
Oh!
Oh.
Receive my assistance.
What the fuck?
What?
This is blocking forever.
I mean, you gotta have no choice.
This is my turn now.
Oh no.
Here's my aim.
Oh, what? Double backdash?
I'm on it.
Double backdash? Fuck. Don't think he gets more hit stun for Ghost Rider.
Oh what? Oh, I pressed the wrong button to my.
Oh
shit.
fuck, wrong button. Oh my god.
You need my help.
I can go in.
Here's my.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how you dropped out of it.
It don't matter. I'm dead anyway.
Grace with my presence.
Oh my god, his normals are so long. Oh god, I hate Ghost Rider.
Be grateful to do. Receive my assistance.
Oh,
No.
oops.
You need my help. Be grateful to do.
God, bro. Where's she coming from?
Doom stands beside you.
Oh, you're trolling. Mine didn't reach, but yours did.
That was sick.
Oh, God, Ghost Rider range.
MVP en route.
Round 3.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, thank goodness.
Pressing the button.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Wise decision.
I'm on it.
That's not good.
Hey, lighten up. Round 4.
I'm on it. Leave it to me.
Doom stands beside you.
I keep doing the wrong one. I'm supposed to EX it. But I keep fucking doing medium on mistake.
Oh shit.
Oh, wow.
God. I swear I'm pressing the button for that crossover shit.
Leave it to me.
There we go.
That's not good.
You need my help.
Oh, fuck.
Here's my aim.
Oh, what? Oh, man. Oh, he went low. So much projectiles. Oh, man. That Ghost Rider assist. Oh, not Ghost Rider assist. That Green Goblin assist is so annoying. It just clears the entire floor of the stage. It's so scary.
I'll be back.
You need my help.
Oh. Oh, what?
No, bro, I don't want that one. 5H, 5H, 5H.
I would grace with my presence.
Oh my god.
Here's my aim.
Not enough.
MVP en route.
Round 2.
Oh, what the fuck?
You need my help.
I can go in. Not enough.
What? How did that?
Here's my aim.
Oh my god, this low. Oh, that shit is so annoying. It's a long range low. Oh man, it's so fast too.
Pretty sick.
At least you have to hit confirm it at least. To some capacity, I guess.
Leave it to me.
I've got this. Here you go.
Oh, what?
Here you go. I've been done. Show this off.
Here. Here.
Be grateful to do. I've got this. Here's my aim.
What? I was blocking low. How did that hit me? What the hell?
Oh, the goblin is here.
Oh, you already know what that means.
Wise decision. Here's my aim.
I'm on it. Leave it to me.
Be grateful to do.
Oh, fuck. Wrong button.
Wise decision.
That meter.
I'm on it.
I've got a fire in me! My demons say, hurt you! Going to listen! Don't get in my way.
You need my help.
Oh. Oh, fuck. Was in recovery from landing. Land lag or whatever.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Leave it to me.
Oh no.
That could have been really bad. Oh, you're kidding me, bro.
You need my help.
Oh, whoops. What? No. What the fuck? Bro. What? Bro. Oh, God, bro.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
There's just no way, bro. My back is to the corner. Like, this is unheard of.
Ooh, W raid. You got a raid.
Yo, Idol, I appreciate the raid. I didn't know you streamed this late. This is unlikely. Or maybe it was a 1v1v. It was probably 1v1v.
You need my help.
No, you're.
Oh, this was fire. That part was 1v1 me. He was loving.
Oh no, I didn't have.
What?
Get away.
I refuse to just not 2H, bro. Like, my brain tells me I should anti-air if someone's floating.
Oh my God, I
above my
didn't.
fucking head.
I didn't do the raid. Shit. Oh, what is that range, bro? Son, this range is OD, bro.
Here's my aim.
Oh, okay.
You need my help.
Leave it to me.
What the fuck? Why'd that whiff?
Doom stands beside you.
Leave it to me.
Oops.
Receive my assistance.
Oh, get this guy out the air.
Bro, I look at your 2H and then mine.
Okay, this
bruh.
is magic, to be fair. Like, be for real. Like, be for real. Do you see how big that fucking sword is? Like, brother, I'm playing 2 sword characters with big ass swords, with long ass swords. What do you expect?
Bro, I'm tired of swords.
You have a
playing
long
this
chain,
fighting
but it's a
game, bruh.
skinny chain.
Here's my aim.
Oh, what?
You need my help.
Oh, fuck, I should switch the blade.
My aim.
Oh, shit. Oh, what? I was in the air. Was that zone 3? No, that was zone 2.
Yeah, that was zone 2.
Oh, hell no. Why does he have that in zone 2? That hit me from so far. I was deep in the sky. Damn it, zone 3, that's probably bigger too. Holy shit. What a character.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
Oh my, no, bro. You were literally on the opposite side of me for so long. Oh, I didn't call assist.
Oh my god, the stakes, the stakers.
We're raising the stakes, bro. You don't like raising the stakes?
Here's my aim.
Okay. Okay.
I'm ready to go.
You need my help.
It's no use.
Here.
Oops. Winner.
Leave it.
You need my help.
What?
I'm on it.
God, bro.
That's pretty good damage. I like that.
Here.
I should have switched to magic. Oh my god. I pressed it, but it was too late. Oh, you think you're so cool.
A wise decision. You need my help.
You're so weird.
What was the issue?
Here's my aim.
Oh, come on, Meg. Why is that shit so big? Why is shit so fat, bro?
Hey, yo.
Oh my fucking, I'm fucking dead, bro. Oh my god. This dude Mag, bro.
Leave it to me.
Oh fuck.
I've got this.
I'm on it.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, that's just his ass. Like, I don't know. Like, there's so much better.
Here.
What? You're fucking, what's wrong with you? Oh god.
Let's go! No! Will I do it again? You're about to find out. Will I do it again? Oh shit, am I dead? Am I dead? I'm not dead.
Are you ready?
Catch his backdash for the love of God. No!
I was like, what is that animation? I couldn't tell what the
I didn't know I could do it without green shit. I don't know what it costs.
Here's my aim. I will deal with this.
Oh, fucking hell. Bro, I entered the portal, not summoned one. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Guess I should have done medium first, I guess. I don't know.
No.
These bracelets do.
Oh. Oh, no way. Oh, man. I don't even know how to do the... oh.
Oh no, bro.
That works.
Oh, that's fucking so.
What
Okay then.
This is insane. What a way to start.
You need my help.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh man, his range is so deep. Ah.
Drop
Hey,
a
yo.
Doom.
Bro, I keep trying to... I'm trying to do a specific combo. I keep dropping it, though. That's on the game's combos. They're good. They're good. You get rewarded for doing hard combos. I mean, there's that one blade combo that needs to get nerfed, but, like, I'm not doing that combo because I don't think that's going to stay.
I can go in.
Here's my aim.
Here.
A wise decision.
Here. Here.
You need my help.
I blocked high. What?
No one escapes.
Fuck.
Had enough? You may call.
I thought you did 2H. But even that, I should have called assist.
I'm on it.
What? How the hell did I get that?
Leave it to me.
Whoa, what is happening?
Here.
You need my help. Trouble me.
Whoa.
Oh, the flash? What the fuck? What happened there?
It wasn't a perfect reflect.
It has to be perfect?
Yeah.
Man, I've just been getting it perfect every time. Am I nasty?
Sure.
I'm here. You're welcome.
If it's not perfect, I think it just goes back to neutral.
That's a mad ugly mechanic.
Doomsday.
Oh, why did you go? Oh, I did the wrong assist.
I'm on it.
I can't see what's happening. There's so much shit on my screen. Like, I don't know. Like, there's just shenanigans on my screen. I couldn't see anything.
Like literally, there's fucking Doom. Wherever. I mean, not Doom.
Green Goblin zipping left to right while there's like a gajillion assists on my screen. I couldn't see anything.
I literally cannot see anything.
I'm dead.
Brace yourself.
I'm on it.
What?
Waste of time. A wise decision.
I can go whenever. Leave it to me.
Here's my aim.
Why did they give me that one? Not. Oh, I didn't hold forward, so they gave me the projectile assist. Oops.
You may call.
Leave it to me.
There you go.
A wise decision.
Damn.
I'm on it.
Here's my aim.
Not working. Get it.
You need my help.
What is that assist?
Oh no.
I'm with you.
You're done. You're done.
Oh, come on, bro. Oh, I couldn't spend meter to kill you. I couldn't spend meter to kill you. Then no one will take that long to find a match, man. If you're on PC, yes. The matchmaking breaks a lot. That's why, like, I mean, we're literally just fighting each other because, like, it's just gonna take ages to get a match.
Receive my assistance. MVP and
Just fight your friends or something if you have any friends. If not, then I mean, yeah, you have to just kind of wait. There's not much you can really
If you
do.
have any friends, I don't know why that.
Bro, I mean, friends on at 4 a.m. Like, it's literally late as shit.
Just a funny line, bro.
Leave it to me.
Bro, I'm dead, bro. Oh my god.
You're so weird.
I'ma kick your ass.
I'm here. Doom stands to start.
No. Oh my god.
My boys don't like fighting games.
Yikes. What do they like? I'm curious though. What do they like though? Flipang? Roblox? Or what? What they like? Done a ball game? Oh shit!
Oh damn. Oh, I know what ethnicity your friends are.
No, you didn't say that. Fun loot games like Rust and shit. I was about to say. Gun and ball? Oh fuck. My bad. Sorry for your loss. Oh fuck, I keep messing up the combo. That shit made me laugh. The fuck is gun and ball? Don't worry about it.
Final round.
Here's my aim. Receive my assistance. Here's my aim. I've got this. A wise decision.
Okay, like, it's literally impossible for me to use this. Like, I don't know.
Here's my aim.
I've got a fire in me. Listen to
Good.
me.
I'm surprised you didn't use the other thing.
What other thing?
Oh wait, you didn't have it on you.
You don't mess with yeah.
Fuck. Gun and ball game is.
Back out real quick. Is there a way for me to change the music, bro? I gotta change the.
Wait, yours is not set to random?
No, I've been listening to Blade's theme for 4 hours. I don't know how to
Fucking
change it.
crying. Hold on. Chat, what does he change this at?
I don't know how to change it.
profile? No, this profile. Where did he change this shit at?
Is it battle settings? I think it's battle. Oh, it's battle settings. All right. All right.
Yeah, mine's up to random. I'm crying. Thoughts on the game's combos? Game's combos are fire. What are you gonna set it to?
Hold on.
You can take your time in training mode.
Oh, wait, hold on. Green Goblin theme kind of hitting a little bit.
I've never heard Green Goblins.
Green Goblin theme kind of hitting.
Mags is pretty good. I like Mags.
All right, let's see what Ghost Rider sounding like. I'll rock with that one for now. All right, ready.
You didn't, instead of just setting it to random, you okay? You're doing this to yourself again. Okay.
Sorry, man.
Yo, King, this to the 6.
I'll change it in the next 4 hours.
Okay.
Brace yourself.
Oh yeah, you're a Street Fighter player. Like you literally started with it. Like you are a low 4 drive rush merchant. Like that ass. Look at that. Look at it. He's spamming it. Does Kimberly even have that?
No.
Yeah, you wish you did.
I did. I do actually.
He don't got a low 4 drive rush, so he's spamming that shit in this game. Yeah, let's take that away from Ghost Rider.
Nah.
Nah, you don't need that. What do you need that for? Okay. Oh my god, bro. What? Oh.
What? No. Bruh, come on, bruh. What's my normals to a gun? He's got a gun.
You don't need fucking normals, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Bruh, if it catches me in the air, I can't, like, bro. Oh my.
Fuck, that's unsafe.
No.
Okay.
Oh my god. That shit is insane, dude.
That shit's hot. Weapon's hot.
Oh my god.
That shit not fire? That shit not fire?
It's like converting off of fucking like a unibeam or like full screen, bro. Like
that shit not fire? That shit not heat? What's up?
He's converting to full combos further away than I can. Like this is insane.
That shit not fire?
Bro, nah, if you would have seen the rollback, that mix-up was intense on my screen. It didn't look the same on your screen, but on my screen,
bro.
That was the best mix-up I've ever seen.
That shit not fire? lost his fucking mind.
Here.
Bro, really?
Leave it to me.
Oh my god, my death. Oh, how do you do it?
You what?
Bro, I was trying to do the assemble super.
It's literally cool to circle for. Okay, when you get it, we can just try it.
I believe you. I was mashing it.
Shine, do you have actual combos for all 4 of your characters? Can you answer that question?
I got combos for 2 of them.
Son, he lying.
I don't
He
even.
lying,
I
Jay,
don't
he
even,
lying. He only got
I
combos
don't
for
know how-
1. He got combos for
even-
1. He got combos for 1.
I don't even know magic and goblins.
He has combos for 1. Don't listen to this guy. He is capping. We were playing for like, I don't even know, 4 hours now.
The
Three
Magneto
hours.
packed you up twice.
He's
already,
only using Ghost Rider. Do not listen to this guy. He is capping. This is a 1v1 game ass player, bro.
You need my help.
What the fuck? Oh fuck. Is that the EX? I don't remember.
Be grateful to the wise decision.
Elo 4 merchant. That shit hit me before you even touched me.
Wise decision.
No.
Be grateful to do. You need my help.
Good job.
A wise decision. Leave this to me.
Leave it to me.
Oh my fuck.
Get away.
I've got this. Eat this. Missile launch.
I'm on it.
Doom stands beside me.
Oh, I don't know how to use this character. Oh.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Leave it to me.
Oh wait, I forgot you can't do that.
You need my help.
You can go whenever.
Here's my aim.
Here. I'm on it.
Oh my god.
How did that not work? What? Oh, was the that doesn't work in? Oh. Oh come on! I guess that combo doesn't work in the corner. Because that definitely should have worked. What?
I would grace you with my presence.
Round 2.
Here.
Doom stands beside you.
Yeah, it's a slop character. It's the most training wheels ass character in the game. I swear to God.
Ooh,
Yours.
that's crazy. You think so?
Motherfucker got no.
That's weird.
Bitch.
I'm not sure if I agree.
Oh fuck no!
Oh no.
Nah, this game sucks. Wait, drop this? W.
Oh fuck.
W.
Why did that drop?
I don't know. Why did that drop? Yo, chill. It was a prank. It was just a prank. Oh, wait, it was a prank. It was a prank. It was a. Ah! Fucking great goblin. Bro.
Oh god. Bro, why'd you get a full conversion off of that bullshit?
Mad? Yo, Magic, please don't do this to me. Yo, please, Magic, don't. Magic, don't leave me. Magic, please. Tell us I won't get an A for beginners either. Nah, Blade takes seal.
What's that ease of use looking like? What's the stars looking like on that fella?
Oh no, actually.
Probably like 3. Probably 4 actually.
Kind of curious to check now. Chat, what is Blade's easy use? 5-star? Oh shit! Ow!
Here's my aim.
Oh my god, if that had converted.
Oh no.
Fucking hell.
Oh, he's 5? The easiest Wolverine tier? Shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't believe that. I need proof.
You know how many stars Ghost Rider is?
What, bro?
You like 2.
Sure,
like 2.
buddy.
He is.
That
the game
difficulty
don't
shit
lie.
gotta be fake.
The game don't lie, bruh.
That difficulty shit fake.
Pierce, I appreciate the raid.
Here's my aim.
That difficulty shit fake.
I can go in.
A wise decision.
Oh my, alright, get out of here, Mag, bruh.
No, bring him. Let him play the game. What the hell you doing, bro?
What? Oh, you switched him, got punished, bro. That's insane. What the fuck?
He's a tag fighter, but oh shit! Should be this a tag fighter? Should he exit?
Here's my aim.
I'm on it.
Oh fuck, bro. I was holding down back.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
The goblin is here, bro.
Mickey Mouse neutral.
You need my help.
Oh my god, he gets a full combo from almost half the screen. Ooh, I'm so talented. Ooh, I'm so talented. This character is literally so Mickey Mouse. I thought I could convert from that. That was too far.
Yeah, you can get a assist to cover it, bro.
A wise decision.
Ooh, I want to drop this combo. Ooh, oh shit, he did.
Here's my aim.
Nope.
Oh no.
On the floor. No, you're trolling, bro.
Come
No
on,
way. I should have pressed medium. I didn't press medium.
You're welcome.
Round 3. Be grateful to do.
What?
A wise decision.
Come on, bruh.
Okay. Long ass buttons versus long ass specials. No, those are his normals. Oh, he's about my specials? Wait, hit both of his is long. Fuck
no,
off me.
Come on. Oh my god. Oh no, fuck. What, dead? No, I'm not dead.
No, I didn't super fuck. Oh, wait, actually, I wouldn't have killed him. Come on.
Oh, I'm dead again. Okay, my bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done it twice in a row. Smile.
Clutch.
Doom stands beside you. A wise decision.
Oh, brother.
You need my help.
Fucking gob.
My assistance.
Bro says I got this.
Be grateful to do.
Yo, that shit is dumb fast.
Receive my assistance.
So
Like
upset,
that.
bruh. I'm so upset.
Waste of time.
Bro, no way. I was.
Oh, no, no, no.
Alright, you like that?
God, bro. I fucking didn't mean to go into the air. Oh, okay.
You need my help.
I've got a fire in me. Listen to me.
If you didn't combo me, you could have just killed me next time with a symbol.
I'm not gonna remember that shit, bro.
Don't get in my way. Yeah.
Here's my aim. Be grateful to do.
I'll get back to
Bro, that guy always gets it. I've got this.
Oh no.
Out of the shadows.
I've got this. Oh, my brother, please. Nope.
Doom stands beside you.
Get ready.
A wise decision.
Leave it to me.
Oh, brother.
No.
Be grateful
Oh
to do.
my god.
You're so weird. Don't you get? No, you're so weird, bro. Why are you like this?
What do you mean? That was defense
Bro,
diligence.
that fucking mechanic is so stupid.
That was defense diligence, you know?
Brace yourself.
Looking to fight your brother. I can't fight your brother right now. I'm doing something. I'm fighting someone already.
You need my help.
Is Layfield top tier? I don't know. I mean, there's too many undiscovered characters.
Oh my.
Okay.
Leave it to me.
Oh my god, that.
Here's my aim.
No good.
A wise decision.
Stop him. Leave it to me.
What are you hit by?
Fireball.
I promise.
Magic portal fireball. Teleport behind you.
Oh, I see.
Ready to kill.
Round two.
Leave it to me.
Oh fuck.
Get this. Here you go.
A wise decision.
Are you serious?
You need my help.
Yeah, we need to raise this cooldowns in this game. That shit is way too fucking low. Oh wait, I don't have my other character.
just not hitting me. How do you tech out of combos?
Huh?
I don't know how to tech out of combos.
Pretty sure you just hold a button in direction while you're getting combo.
Oh my god, bruh. The gun.
Oh my god, bro. Why does that combo just drop? What? Whoa.
No. Come on.
Whew.
Just one more.
T Banks. What the? I don't know who that is, but I guarantee you I don't look like that person. Woo! Oh, you went overhead?
No.
Fuck.
Double low. God, that's, oh my god, that's so crazy to me. Look at all this I'm taking, bruh, because of neutral skip assist. Oh, bruh, I didn't text her in there. Oh my god, it's over.
From that far?
Not working.
Grateful to do.
How's it feel?
That's great. I don't know how my combo dropped.
If you want to take me,
How's the game so far? It's fun.
Winner, player one. Brace yourself. Round one.
You need my help.
Okay.
leave it to me.
God.
Really?
Bro.
Oh my god!
What's the issue? What's the issue? Have you considered blocking low?
Bro,
Oh, that.
you're so weird.
All you gotta do is block low. Why you not blocking low?
You're so weird. You ever start consider not fucking me in the air?
Receive my assist.
Ever consider not being in the air?
Oh shit. Oh. Not good.
Receive my assistance. You need my help.
Ever consider not being in the air? It's the same thing for you, right?
Practice.
Why are you in the air? Why you keep jumping?
But actually gonna hit me whether I jump or not.
Oh my god, wrong button.
A wise decision. Very well.
Bro, that shit is dumb fast, bro. Like I can't do this.
We got a problem or what?
I'm not holding the button. I'm not holding the button.
We got a problem?
I've got this.
What's the problem?
Insane, man.
What's the problem?
Oh my god, bro. This fucking gun.
I don't see the problem, bro. You like range, right? You like zoning? What's the problem?
Yo, like
What's the problem?
this shit is insane, bro.
Wise decision.
You said it yourself, bro.
I'm on it. Leave it to me.
Doomsday.
God, bro.
Here.
All right.
Bro, I'm trying to. Oh, I don't have
I'm
it.
here.
I just used meter, that's why it didn't work. Whoops.
Winner. Player one. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Here.
Ooh, Mickey Mouse. Woo!
What's the issue?
Woo! Worked hard for that one. You worked hard for that one.
Yeah, I avoided getting hit with a fucking gun.
You have a fuck ass chain with a sickle on it. You're like, I don't want to hear shit.
Grace you with my presence.
Round two.
I'm on.
Like, how is this hitting me?
Cause you're, I don't know, you're getting hit.
Leave it to me.
Doom stands beside me. Here we go. You need my help.
I can go in.
Here's my aim. I will deal with this.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, pirate?
I'm here. You're welcome.
I'm on it.
Here's my aim.
Leave it to me. Leave it to me.
Why you? Oh fucking hell.
What's the issue? Oh, fuck.
Roger that.
What? I pressed the wrong button.
Not bad.
What?
I've been done. Just show
I respect it.
I don't know if that has info. I think it does, but I have no clue. How the fuck is this crouch medium faster than my stand down? That's ridiculous. Did you open anything? No.
Alright, one more, I'm gonna take a break. My back.
Alright.
Brace
I don't
yourself.
understand. This game feels awkward. Locking.
Oh my.
Okay, I can feel that.
What, lag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you tap out or something?
No,
Why is this shit so laggy?
I don't know. Oh my god.
This shit laggy. Ah, fuck.
This is what I've been dealing with a lot of the time. This is my reality.
Bro tapped out or something.
Go whenever.
Bro doing the Tekken tech. What was the Tekken tech back then? The Tekken 7 chat? The spam the screenshot button.
What that was a thing?
Yeah, they was spamming the screenshot button.
That is insane.
Oh, Steve. They were spamming the screenshot button just to lag the game.
That is sick.
I
would do that on my players if I could.
That shit is hilarious.
Oh my. Yeah, I think this shit is desynced or something, bruh.
It's a decent.
That a consistent aim. Oh my god.
It says 0 on my screen, but it's definitely not 0. Oh fuck.
Here's my aim.
Like Guilty Gear with Twister
And Marvel characters? Sure.
Oh,
I meant to do Uzi, but alright.
I can step in, you Get ready!
You need my help.
Here we go! Rev it up!
Oh my god, I jabbed.
Like the case? Perfect! I don't... Round 4!
Why can he cover it? Oh my god, no.
Oh no!
I'm on it.
Wise decision.
Leave it to me.
You need my help. I've got this.
Oh my god. Missiles, bro.
Oh, you're trolling.
Okay then.
Leave it to me.
If she'd have turned around.
Wise decision.
Coming in. I'm on it.
Waste of time.
I've got my aim.
Oh. What? Okay. Can I hit this guy? Okay, I don't know what I just watched, but
No. Oh my god, bruh. Am I dead? No. Oh my god.
oh wait, what? My super didn't come out. Son. If that fucking killed me. Oh, Magneto, no.
I didn't even mean to do that.
Fucking Magneto.
Deal when hunting vampire.
All right, GG's.
Alright. GG's.
Back to ranked I go, sitting in the 10-year-long queues.
Nice.
Nice. You were doing that last night.
I was doing that today into 8-frame rollback.
Doesn't even matter what you put the connection speed thing. Like it's gonna give you just like I don't know. Shit's fried.
Yeah.
That shit's fried.
Right.
GG's.
All right, GG's. I'm gonna take a small break. Then it's back to it.
Alrighty.
All right. Yo.
Get the move on.
Hey, if we're taking a break, you think I can get a souvenir for Gabe?
Give me a second, chat.
What's wrong with you, freak?
I'm new to this. Is it normal to just stand around?